So, for those of you joining us on YouTube, we just started a new stream. I'm going to actually wait until it's populated a little bit more.
Here's that.
Okay, so for those of you who are joining us on YouTube,
either welcome back or welcome to begin with.
I just wipe the lens really quickly. There we go.
Nope, that didn't really do it.
Okay, there we go. So thanks for tuning in. We are live right outside of City Park in New Orleans. It is 10:15 at night. We've been out here for almost exactly 2 hours, and there's been activity since around 8:30 to 9 o'clock at night. There are crews who have begun to remove the P.G.T. Beauregard statue, which stands right outside the entrance to City Park, right in front of the New Orleans Museum of Art. Right now we've got a crane directly in front of us, and behind that is the statue, which you can see peeking up. There has been a crew of about 2 people working from a cherry picker in the air and getting onto the statue at its feet to work on that. And then there's definitely about 5 to 6 people who are on the ground who have been using power tools and seem to be kind of supervising and consulting. We've got a flatbed truck, which is the truck whose lights are shining directly at us. There's a police car directly up to the right. And then we have a forklift and a crane. The crane has been kind of busily moving around the statue. It started at the back and they were moving it, and now they've moved it fully in front of the statue, which is exactly what they did last time with the Jeff Davis Monument that was removed last Thursday morning.
In following suit from what the other monument removals have been like, it's a little hard to tell from here, but there's several people who are working on this that very clearly have their faces covered. And there's a couple stickers on these trucks that have been covered over.
Last time we saw people who were the people up in the cherry pickers were wearing helmets and masks on their faces, and some appeared to have bulletproof vests on as well. So we haven't been able to get that close of a look yet, but I would not be surprised if that's kind of the same apparel that is being worn throughout.
Which is probably a good point to say that the crowd behind us is still really calm. Occasional shouts, but honestly most people at this point are just sort of like quietly talking to the people they're with. There's I just saw at least 2 really young children with their families. Just neighbors walking around, seeing the scene. There's a canoe over in Bayou St. John with looks like 4 or 5 people in it. And they've just sort of been milling about, checking out the scene. They frankly can get a better view than most people since they're in a canoe and doesn't seem like anybody's stopping them. And then, there's just been really just protesters here. And when the crane first rolled up, Emma, I would say it was pretty active for a minute.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Some shouts, and then since then, it's just, I think people are sort of hunkering down for the long haul on this one.
Yeah, this is definitely, people are anticipating that this will really take a long time, that we'll be here very far into the night. And they've got the same setup that we saw both at the protest that was not this past Sunday, but the Sunday before that, as well as the removal of the Jeff Davis Monument, which is to really section off the pro-monument people from the take them down side. And there's kind of a a hallway almost that's created by the fence that we were able to come up and through and have really front row seats to this. So,
but, I mean, that being said, like, this is a neighborhood, and I mean, there is, you know, most of the pro-monument flags are on one side, but I mean, the people are really just walking around. There's a Shell gas station back there that people are walking into it occasionally. There's been a lot of people walking their dogs at night that are just sort of like, you know,
glass of wine and
like there's a separation, but whether or not they're like adhering to it, I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to tell. And they are a good bit further back from us. They have to look through us, so it's also, and they are kind of slightly down a hill, so they really do not have the vantage point that we have, to be quite honest.
So we've got the crane moving a little bit again. We saw a big, giant yellow strap come out earlier that, you know, we were thinking might be what they used to wrap around Beauregard and the horse's body. But we haven't really seen that reemerge yet, at least from this vantage point. And so we're just not, you know, without that, like, there wouldn't really be anywhere for that crane to hook onto quite yet. So really still just getting things situated. It's going to be a while.
She said if you didn't want to. She said just for me to ask you what. Like I said, I mean, I can't. It's incongruent.
So they are definitely lowering the hook on the crane. I'm gonna actually walk over just to see if I can get a better view of it.
Emma's going to take a walk and see if she can get a better vantage point. Meanwhile, we've got one guy approaching from the right-hand side with a big plywood board. And earlier, for those who weren't watching, a couple of people coming in with plywood boards. Not exactly sure what those will be used for. But earlier we saw there's a person with, like, it looked like a power drill sort of tool. And he, or she, frankly, I don't know. But this person walked all the way around the base of the pedestal, and there's no plaques on either side of those two, the sort of longer sides of the pedestal. So we're not exactly clear what he was doing, but now you can see there's like a cloud of dust forming. It looks like that.
Now it's going back up.
That power drill is something.
See the heat coming off.
Yeah, something's being done. There's a few sparks that you can see from it. You can sort of see that cloud coming from whatever dust is coming up from whatever it is they're doing down there. That's good. So we got a couple questions on YouTube Live about why this monument is coming down. So this is we're in New Orleans here at the corner of Esplanade and Carrollton, looking straight into City Park. This is one of the 4 Confederate monuments that have been slated for removal in New Orleans. This is the 3rd to come down. This was an effort really launched in 2015 by Mayor Mitch Landrieu. Eventually, through a long process, these 4 Confederate monuments were deemed public nuisances, and to cut a very long story short, the path was really cleared in the court system and in City Council to take these monuments down. All of that is on NOLA.com if you want the full story, but right now the first monument to come down was an obelisk commemorating the Battle of Liberty Place. That came down at the end of April. And then the second one to come down was a monument to Jeff Davis, and that came down about a week ago now. And then last Thursday, very early in the morning. And then now we're here at P.G.T. Beauregard at the bottom of City Park here, expecting this to come down. It'll take a few hours probably, and we will be here all night. And then the next one to come down would be Robert E. Lee at Lee Circle, which is closer to downtown New Orleans.
And that's really going to be, that's been the site of a pretty big protest, and that's going to be a much bigger endeavor just because the statue is gigantic and it's really a main thoroughfare for a lot of people. It's how a lot of people get around is through that circle. So
that one will be an interesting one to sort of see how they manage that. As for what happens to them next, the first two monuments and then presumably this one and the next will go to or are being currently stored in a New Orleans city facility. There's no address or whatever location has been publicized about that. And then at some point the city is going to sort of turn its attention toward where these things go next. There are not any set plans at this moment, except that the mayor and his office have said consistently that they want to see them placed somewhere where they can be within proper context. Now, where that is really not certain, whether that's in the city of New Orleans, whether that's in somewhere in Louisiana or elsewhere, is really to be determined. There is at least one institution that I've personally spoken with, the executive director over at Beauvoir, which is the Presidential Library for Jeff Davis, has reached out to the city to say they'll take all of them if they can. And in Thomas Paine, the executive director's words, he said they would give them a place of honor. And so see where they'll go next. We'll just really have to wait and see.
Heather was here for a little while. She was like, "Do you need water or anything?" I said, "No, this is ready to go."
As long as I get 4 hours a night, I'm good.
So right now we can really hear more than we can see. We can just kind of see the tops of some people's heads over the hedges. We've got the crane right in front of us, but you can see the smoke coming off of what must be some pretty intense drilling that they're doing down at the base of the statue. And we can definitely hear that sound.
So for anyone hearing that siren, that was a fire truck going up City Park Avenue. It's not headed in this direction.
Well, you've been to one of these. Are we getting close? Are we getting close?
Neither of us stayed that long. We didn't make it.
I'm actually really surprised by how little traffic is coming up Esplanade from behind us.
He's wearing them down.
They're basically being faced with a barricade, and they're having to take just a big old U-turn and head right back toward Gentilly Boulevard. But really, the traffic's been moving pretty smoothly around the area. We can see the cars coming from City Park Avenue straight down into Bayou St. John. I mean, it's actually been pretty calm from all aspects, as we can tell this evening.
It was a Sunday on call.
Yeah, I mean, now it's just kind of a matter of seeing how long it's going to take to actually get this thing off, which they're trying to do, I think, as carefully as possible, because the goal is to keep these and
Keep them intact.
yeah, exactly. So what we've seen in the past, last week when they took Jeff Davis down, the first kind of in conjunction with detaching it from its pedestal, they wrapped it with this green plastic wrap / bubble wrap potentially, and they then took a large strap which came down from the crane, and that was eventually what lifted the statue off. But they've got to find that center of balance on the statue in order to lift it off smoothly, and we are pretty far from that point, I would say, just because they haven't, as far as we can see, begun to attach anything to the statue. So that's definitely going to take a while, because what we saw last time is that they attached all of that, and then they went back and they did a lot of measuring and a lot of kind of fussing with it was what it looked like from here, to make sure that it would come down smoothly.
Pick up the base camera statue all together. So
Let's try this one now.
See, that's more like it. 2 hours.
that's like a piece is essentially an SEC. So
It would go away, right?
I think so. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah. So we'll kind of zoom you guys back out a little bit. There's, as we said before, there's really not much to see right now. We're seeing some smoke come off of some power tools that they're using down at the
Back end.
yeah, of the base of the structure, which is, I believe, made of stone. So it's kind of unclear what they are
I never got clear.
doing back there, but it seems to me like the order of operations has changed a little bit, because one of the first things we saw them do last time was to wrap the structure, wrap the monument, and secure the strap, and then they did a lot of this stuff that I feel like we've already seen them do now. So they seem to have changed it up a little bit, just from our perspective back here in the press pit. Could definitely be wrong about that, but it seems like they've changed things around a bit.
No, there were 1 or 2 people. got to pay off the folks that are on the run. Put a truck there.
So I'm actually, while we're kind of at this calm point, I'm gonna flip you guys around for just a minute so that you can see
The scene behind us.
yeah, the crowd behind us. So we've got the bayou is right here, and then to kind of move around, we're right at this intersection with the Shell and this big apartment building on the side. And we'll kind of walk over there. The crowds are divided in two, so this is right at the we're right at the middle. I know it's kind of dark, but just to give you an idea, this is sort of the hallway of sorts that they've created with fences, and they go all the way like a block down. So as press, we were able to walk up the hallway, but we've got to the right, we've got the pro-monument folks, and then to the left we have the take 'em down crowd. But it's been really quiet, really calm, much more so than at Jeff Davis, which already, went off pretty smoothly in terms of the crowd. And that may just because this vantage point is pretty hard. These folks are down a hill, so they're not able to see as much, and they have to look through the press. So that's back to our view, and they have to look kind of past us. So we can walk around just a bit. It looks like some people have moved over here. They may be able to see better. But this is, some people are kind of spread out. We've seen, a couple kayaks, but generally the air is very calm. The protesters seem pretty relaxed. People are really just kind of talking amongst themselves. And then that again is the bayou. So we'll walk right back up to the statue. Doesn't look like much has happened since we left, but we'll reposition the cameras.
I'm gonna go take a walk around.
Yeah, do your thing. All right.
At the Beauregard Monument, because they're still working to take it down. It takes a while. The crowd has grown a little bit. There are
So the crowd remains really calm. We just had one woman who walked through the barricades saying that she wanted to take a photo, but the police quickly told her to turn around. So it's really, there haven't been many incidences of that. People are kind of spread out along the bayou. I think that they can get a better perspective. So that's really leading for things to, that's meaning that things are really staying calm. I think, at the Jeff Davis Monument, everybody was really jammed together in order to see. Okay, so now we've got some activity. It looks like the two people who have been up in the cherry picker are going up in the cherry picker, and they have the yellow strap with them, which could mean, we've known that they were working towards getting ready to put the yellow strap around the monument, and then to attach that eventually to the crane, and that will be the thing that will lift the monument off. So we are getting closer, but again, this is going to be a long process, I think. So up they go in their cherry picker. We've got the crane really right in front of us, so it's pretty hard to see the monument itself, but the monument is directly behind the crane.
Can you have Kurt call my number 722-719? Hello? Hey, Kurt.
Here we go. We got fireworks.
So I'm gonna just move you guys around. There's a little bit better of a vantage point on this side. That's great.
Nothing to see here.
Should probably.
Hey, officers? Officers? Drop the phone. Can we get that real quick? Thank you, sir. I'm sorry to even ask you to do that. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Screen crack? Oh, you're good. Oh, you're so good.
Making my graceful entrance over it. All right, guys. So we've moved just a little bit so that we can see a little bit better. It looks like things are kind of heating up a tiny bit with the crowd. Hard to tell what's happening completely. But we've got 2 people up in a cherry picker. I can see the measuring tape, so they're taking some more measurements, and they are moving the crane out of the way a tiny bit so you can get a glimpse of the statue again. Sorry for these lights that are directly coming right at you. So I'm gonna walk you guys over. There's a little bit of a conflict between some protesters. So we're gonna go check it out. This is really the most kind of energy on any side that we've seen the whole night. So we'll just go have a look.
I love your list plan. No. Come on now.
Take that shit down!
We all pay for it. It's not just you. We all pay for it. And the majority of the people out here want them to go down. We want them to go down.
Take it down!
We voted. It's good. We lost.
I know he's not going to quit. How are y'all going to quit?
You lost, my friend.
Are you either? Are the fucking dudes that have the
Hey man, you've been cursing the whole time. You've been throwing racial slurs
Take it
my way. I
down!
haven't said no
Take
shit like that.
Yeah! Take that shit down!
Malcolm, you're a great guy, man. Thank you.
I don't even give a fuck about you.
I just want to learn how to love, Malcolm. That's all it is. And we can talk about all the schools and things we want to rename. It's all good. I'll even help you bulldoze the trench course.
They'd rather corral us off into 2 different sections so that we can fight.
Take that shit down!
We can't get along. Take it.
It's going down!
I know you're going to waste your
That
vote.
shit.
Isn't it crime to get so much better after this? Aren't the schools going to get better, Malcolm? Are you going to rename the mascot for LSU too? A bunch of communists. And you're only offended because you were told to be offended.
Take that shit down! And we're gonna live after you, you worship Take that shit down! Take that shit down!
How about Rapid Lee's fighting tigers, huh? You gonna rename the LSU mascot, Malcolm? You and Quest, you're gonna do that?
Take that shit down!
Malcolm, I'm just talking to you, buddy. You can talk. I've never cursed once, Mr. Vice News. Have I cursed?
You see what the president doing, huh? You stupid bitch, you see what the president doing?
My man right here is in the whole video, so however y'all want to twist it, if y'all lefty liberals, we got shit right here. Y'all gotta be making a Malcolm's a communist! I know you are! I know! But look, I'm serious. I never go for you. You wear the golf hat all the time. Would you mind?
Great rose,
Oh, you got video?
guy, great rose. But yeah.
It's good you have that. I'm trying to play this.
I don't let you start an organization with such an expensive criminal background.
All right. So as you guys can see, that was kind of the most interaction we've seen between the protesters so far. And we are gonna head back up to a spot. Let's see what will really give us the best vantage point here. So since we left, it doesn't seem like there's been that much progress that has been made. Although I will say, you can definitely, you can see them working with the yellow straps now. You can see that they're getting ready to start wrapping that around the statue. They are moving the crane around. I've got eyes on at least one person who's up in the cherry picker. They're now moving the cherry picker around a bit, and it looks like there's one person who's standing actually on the monument itself and a few more on the ground. So it seems like it's, really the same size team that we've had all night here. They're readjusting the crane a little bit, perhaps to be kind of out of the way. The crowd continues to kind of rumble behind me. It's nothing major. And one thing that I was talking to one of our other reporters about is that, because this monument is in a circle, there are other points of entry. So there's actually a crowd that's kind of developed over on Carrollton, and that may be why we're feeling like the crowds are a little bit smaller, is because there are people watching from different areas surrounding the monument. Now we can see they've pulled out the green plastic wrap / bubble wrap that I was talking about earlier, and they're preparing to put that around the monument first before they attach the yellow strap. So definitely seeing some progress be made. What I'm kind of curious to see is that last time the monument was secured with the bubble wrap and the green bubble wrap and the or plastic and the yellow strap first, or that was one of the first things they did, and then they did a lot of work to detach the monument itself. So I will be curious to see if a lot of that has already happened or not. They've been at it for, let's see, it's almost 11, so 2.5 hours now, which is a good bit longer already than when they took the Jeff Davis monument down. So we're definitely, this one is larger. It's kind of in a trickier location because it is a circle, a traffic circle.
That's a really good idea. We just gotta find one of those warehouses over there. Have you ever been?
Yeah, Apples, that's exactly right. It's right in front of the New Orleans Museum of Art. And so they have to block off the traffic circle from all sides. We are on the Esplanade, which leads directly into the park, and they've blocked it off starting about 2 or 3 blocks from the park, and they're just having traffic turn around. This is happening in New Orleans right now. It is Oops, I just lost my watch. It is 10:54 local time on May 16th. This is live, and this is the third of 4 Confederate monuments that are slated to be taken down in New Orleans. The 4th and final one is the Robert E. Lee statue in Lee Circle, which is a really prominent location in the city. It's a big traffic circle, and we have no idea when that will come down. It's a really complicated one to take down because it's up on a hill. Again, a lot of traffic, and the scale of it, it's just a lot bigger than all of these other ones. So it's interesting that you bring up Jackson. There have been a lot of conversations about whether this is all a slippery slope, but the city has really, again and again, said that they are really just planning to take these 4 down. So we are not expecting for them to decide to take Andrew Jackson down. When I moved over here, I accidentally, this flew out and landed in there.
Okay, I'm gonna update this. I'm gonna update that with what I just.
Cool. Just trying to make sure that my other camera's okay. Check the view.
It's also like expensive.
Hey everybody, so I just spoke with the public information officer on duty here with the NOPD, and he had one quick update for us about how this is actually going to go down. So although we're not yet sure exactly what that person with the power drill tool was doing, he did say that his understanding of how this is going to go down, and the small caveat to this is that he's not a construction worker, so this has been explained to him, So the front panel that actually says P.G.T. Beauregard on it, that's going to come forward and be removed, and that's going to go with the monument. So the monument of Beauregard himself with the statue of the horse, that should all come off in one piece, and the majority of that pedestal is going to get left behind if all goes according to plan. Now, that is all obviously something that can be changed. This, these are not his words by any stretch of the imagination, but, this thing is about 100 years old, so once they actually remove it, there are different challenges that could arise. So, a bit of that is to be decided, but generally speaking, the idea is that the front piece of that panel is going to be removed, and the statue is going to come off in one piece. And that green stuff that's getting wrapped around, I'm sure Emma talked to you guys about, that is actually bubble wrap, which is kind of crazy. It is actually bubble wrap, So that is the update that we have. So
crane,
the
very
front
large
piece
crane is still
that
up. It looks like bulk of the monument still intact right now. Some of the language I keep that in mind. Lots of officers still out.
Let's move back.
All right,
Okay.
guys, we're going on a trip.
Yeah, we're on the move. So just to give you another, the crowd is still definitely a little bit riled up, but they've definitely got some more energy than they did before. But we are actually going to come around this side because this seems like for sure the best. You can see, we've got two people up working on it. They have unloaded much of the strap.
It looks like it was TP.
Here, put that up here. You can show it to her.
Actually, yeah. Hey guys, so let me see if I can show you. There's a photo. Sorry, it's actually, there we go.
There you go.
That's from Michael DeMacher. He's one of our reporters. He's on the other side of the statue, so that's about what's going on. That was taken a few moments ago, and I'm going to show the YouTube audience here.
Pull it in there. Yeah.
Again, that's the straps and it's actually bubble wrap that's being wrapped around the statue as they prepare. To get this thing moving.
they're still really moving around the statue with the wrap. It looks like they're lowering the cherry picker a bit. Sorry, guys. So, thanks for sticking with us, guys. I know this is kind of a long process, but they're definitely getting somewhere, you know, by attaching these straps. It means they're definitely getting close. They've got what we have now confirmed is green bubble wrap, which will go around the statue, and then the strap will actually go around that. So they're really being careful to not mark the statue in any way. They want to protect it as best they can while they remove it. They need to find the center of gravity of the statue, so they've been measuring it a lot.
They took it down? Huh?
No, you haven't missed a thing.
Oh, don't scare me like that.
No, you're fine. Still there, just obscured. So like I was saying, they want to be really careful with it because they're trying to preserve these statues. And when it comes down, they've measured it a bunch of times, and they probably will continue to do so because they want to make sure that these straps are at the center of gravity of the statue, because when they do lift it off the pedestal, it's really important that the statue does not kind of waver around at all, and that will happen if where they're grabbing it from is not the center of gravity, and so that can be really dangerous. It can be detrimental to the statue, obviously, if it knocks into anything or anything like that. So this is a case where they're dealing with a much larger statue than the last one, and so I can only imagine that it's become more complex. And then, like we said earlier, this is the third of 4 Confederate monuments in New Orleans that are slated to come down. We had the Liberty Place monument came down in late April, and then the mayor announced that no monuments would come down during Jazz Fest. So we had kind of a week and a half long lull, and then once Jazz Fest was over, they kind of sprung back into action, and we had one last Thursday very early morning, and that was the Jeff Davis Monument, and now we're here right outside City Park on Esplanade Avenue watching as the P.G.T. Beauregard Monument is removed. So from our vantage point, the crane is really kind of blocking much of our view. I'm gonna just move us slightly to the side to see if we can't see. So the crowd definitely seems like it's growing. Police have kind of moved from where they were observing previously to taking a more active role. They are up, kind of watching closer with the crowd. We've definitely had some more screaming from both sides than we've had at all for the first hour and a half, I would say. So for whatever reason, tensions have gotten a little higher. So we can tell that they're, making some progress with this yellow strap that they are attaching. But it's definitely a slow and steady process. And in the meantime, the crowds have not necessarily grown in size, but just grown in volume. And when we were over there earlier, the language is pretty foul. So it's definitely ramped up in terms of the energy that's here. But it ebbs and flows, for sure.
What's up?
I don't have
Here,
an
I'll
answer on what
get away
the
from
tool
this.
was.
Oh, sorry. So as far as we can tell, we've got the cherry picker, which is kind of moving around the statue now. There's not much to see from this angle, so I think I am gonna move us again, guys. Thanks for sticking with us on this. It's just really hard to see anything from right here because the crane is between us and the statue. We'll have another look back at the crowd. I know it's dark, but that's kind of who's still here. A few moments earlier, it was, definitely more heated. There was some arguing and some pretty ugly language, but seems like it's no, I didn't call the crowd dark. I called the sky dark. It is 11:20 at night, so it's definitely hard to see. I'm gonna try to move us just this way. So from this angle, we can see a little bit more of the work that they're doing on this side. So it looks like there's one person in a cherry picker, and then there's another one who's standing on the monument, kind of at where the feet meet the pedestal or the base of it. And they've definitely been at this for looks getting near the last hour. And like I said, it's really sensitive to make sure that it is wrapped very carefully so that the statue's not damaged, but also so that when it does come off, it's not swinging around. So for those of you asking if we can get closer, we really can't. They've allowed us a good amount of space to kind of roam around in, but we are still basically across most of the bridge from the monument. If you know where we are, we're on Esplanade Avenue. And there are two vantage points. So we have a photographer who's over on the other side who's getting kind of a side angle. And if you go to NOLA.com, you can see we've got a full photo gallery of images up. We have a live blog going. We were actually able to get one of our reporters into a boat and get some video that's a little bit closer. So, head to NOLA.com, check out the live blog, because we've got reporters and photographers stationed all around the monument, and they all have different perspectives. So it's kind of neat to see.
My mom's like my dad's like oh really? My dad would be like, so my mom would be like, what? I don't fucking know. I was like, he's like, I'm like, God, I was like, bro. And he was like, I mean, I'm still getting he said that, and I was like, right. I'm like, bro, I get you were like an anchor, like you have an anchor, like you said that, and you're like, I was like, that was just kind of like,
got into LA,
it's not 4:30.
Oh, yeah.
So, if anyone is just joining us, we are out on Esplanade Avenue in New Orleans. The P.G.T. Beauregard Monument is slated for removal tonight. It is the third of 4 Confederate monuments that is planned for removal. And they have done all 3 of these at night. The first 2 were done, they really started in the early hours of the morning, and this one they actually started right around 8:30 p.m. So, there's speculation that because of the location of this statue, because it is in the middle of a traffic circle, in a pretty big location in mid-city here, right outside of City Park, that they want to have it finished by early morning traffic, so that they're not disrupting rush hour. And we're at 11:25 local time right now, and we've been out here since 8 p.m. and we really started to see activity around 8:30. So, we're going on 3 hours with this, which is already longer than the Jefferson Davis Monument, which was taken down last Thursday, very early morning. Now this is a much bigger statue. The other one was just a statue of Jefferson Davis. This is a statue of P.G.T. Beauregard on a horse. So it's much heavier. Yes, Tony, we will be here all night. We are hoping it does not take all night, but we've got live coverage for you on Facebook, on YouTube, and we have a live blog running on NOLA.com. We've got a full photo gallery of images that you can check out. I said a few minutes ago, but we've got this monument is actually in a traffic circle, and so the police have had to block off a bunch of different entrances into the traffic circle. So the crowds where we're directly in front of the statue, but the crowds are not as large as the ones that we've seen in weeks past at some of these protests and at the removal of the Jefferson Davis Monument. But that's potentially because there are crowds at other entrances to this traffic circle, so they may be kind of divided up a little bit more. And where we are now is that they spent a couple, 1 to 2 hours, maybe 1.5 hours, really working at the base of the statue, working to detach the monument, as far as we can tell, although it does not seem like it's fully detached yet by any means. And now they've reached the stage where they are wrapping it. They've put green bubble wrap around it, and then now they are wrapping it with a yellow strap that will connect to the crane, which you can see is kind of blocking our view of the monument, unfortunately, but it'll connect to the crane, and then it'll eventually all come down. And it will be lowered to the ground, and then it will be kind of boxed up, packaged up, and put on the flatbed truck, which is the very bright light that is unfortunately shining directly at the camera right now. So that truck will eventually take the statue to where it will be stored. But I mean, we're at 3 hours for sure, so we'll just have to see. Anyone's guess is as good as mine. We're past the amount of time that it took to take down Jefferson Davis, so kind of all just waiting. But they definitely, you can tell that they've got the strap wrapped around what looks like the horse a few times, so it's definitely a really complicated process. But I just saw the person in the cherry picker pull the wrap over again, so I appreciate the technical terms for what is happening. Whoever just shared that comment, it disappeared off the screen, but I appreciate it. It's called rigging, and the statue is being rigged up. For anyone who didn't see that comment, I appreciate the help. We are definitely not pros in the kind of technical construction terms that are being used, but working to just give you guys an idea, describe what we're seeing.
She just starts screaming.
Really amusing how the police officers have cigars. Might be with you for the evening anyway with what are we gonna, I mean, you know? Yeah. It's alright.
And I'm not staying to like sit down. Like I'm not staying for like slack to like it's just I don't have to wait for it.
I mean, it just needs to get into the truck, right?
No, I don't even know. I'm so waiting for it to get to me because last time I hit the ground and it took 2.5 hours to get to the truck.
Different audiences is
Yeah.
hilarious.
So someone earlier did actually add a comment though that was really helpful. They said that the technical term right now is that the statue is being rigged up. So we can use that now.
That's a technical term?
I mean,
Sounds official enough for me.
yeah, works for me. So definitely, I can't quite see the full comment on my screen, but you're referring to the, let's see if we can read it. So I think you're referring to the bill that passed in the Louisiana House yesterday?
Yes.
Right. And so...
When the Black Caucus walked out and...
exactly.
Protest, that's the word, sorry. That I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Long night.
Yeah, definitely. But I think, you know, to your point about the timing is largely due to the fact that this is happening. We're really starting to see that nationwide. There are other... sorry, we're doing a quick battery change.
You just need another cord.
Okay. For now, at least. Okay, there we go. We are starting to see, you know, state legislatures who are taking action on this issue.
Yeah, I mean, in South Carolina, after the shooting with Dylan Roof at the Emmanuel Church in Charleston, South Carolina, that really sort of spurred a lot of this across the nation. You had South Carolina agreeing to take down the Confederate battle flag, which is what most people know of as the Stars and Bars flag. That was taken down out of the State House there. And then just pretty much since then, it's been like this simmering debate for over a year now. And with the continuing removal of these monuments in New Orleans, as Emma was saying, this has sort of like reignited some debate across the rest of the country. Yeah. And just to, I saw one question, just to reintroduce ourselves, I'm Chelsea Braystead.
I'm Emma Scott.
And we're both with the NOLA.com and the times-picayune here in New Orleans. And we are sitting here at the base of City Park on basically the base of a bridge that goes from Esplanade at Moss Street and facing towards the bottom of City Park, watching the third New Orleans Confederate monument to be removed, pretty much unfolding right in front of us. This is the monument is of General P.G.T. Beauregard.
And we will be with you guys all night. We may be joined by some of our other reporters as well as we kind of swap in and out.
You can enjoy the tones of our voices as we watch
yeah, exactly.
This deconstruction taking place as they remove this monument. And they are going to be removing it. The goal is to remove, you can't really see it, and if you haven't seen an image of this monument before, it is General P.G.T. Beauregard atop a horse. And so the idea is to take the entire thing down off the pedestal in one fell crane swoop, as it were. And then the front piece of that pedestal, which actually has his name on it, is going to come off the front.
So, Katie, to your point, we're happy to be here. We're happy to share this with you all. We do have someone who is watching from home on our team who will definitely be banning really inappropriate comments. This is meant as a place to have a respectful conversation about what's happening in our city. So bear with us, but we will definitely be policing those comments because we really don't want this to become a place to share disrespectful comments
or insult each other.
So the yellow strap has just come around again. It looks like they are, they don't have a ton of it left, to be quite honest. So we may be kind of nearing the end of this particular process. I've seen it go around many times.
chilly out here.
Yeah, it's definitely, the wind has picked up a little bit. And the crowds, it kind of looks like on the Take 'em downside, that crowd has sort of stayed about the same size, grown a little bit. But the Pro Monument crowd has definitely thinned out. Although it seems like people are kind of moving over to the side because from where they are up against the fence, they're kind of downhill from us, and so it's definitely a little bit harder to see. So they may be off to the side to get a better view.
Yeah. Plus, they do have to look through the standing reporters here. So.
Yeah, but we're along the bayou, so there are little groups kind of clustered around. You know, there's definitely some Pro Monument folks just off to our left, and then there's also what looks like a bunch of neighbors with their dogs. So,
yeah, that was part of the group that I was visiting with earlier, and they're definitely just neighbors who are here and they hang out. So,
yep, enjoying. I mean,
one group I talked to just said, you know, this is what they do every Tuesday night, is they get together as a friend group, and so the view just happens to be a little different this evening.
So it does appear that they are now attaching this yellow wrap to the crane. Now, that does not mean that this is going to be immediately lifted up in the air by any means. They will probably have to test it out a little bit. They may have to detach some final parts of the statue from the pedestal. It's hard to tell. I know that at the Jefferson Davis Monument last week, they attached the wrap to the crane pretty early on, and then they actually had to do a lot to finally free the statue from its stand.
probably actually, I would imagine that they'll go from there over. So I may not.
So it does look like they've got the yellow sling connected to the crane. They're taking great care to really make sure
Everything's pretty well secured.
Exactly.
Now the cherry picker's coming down.
Yeah, but that by no means again means that
it won't go right back up.
Exactly. We saw that last time. You know, it went around to all sides. They remeasured a lot of things, which we may or may not see again tonight.
Every statue is different.
Yeah, exactly. And they, I imagine, are learning a lot from this every time they're doing it.
Got chants coming from the back now. And there goes the cherry picker coming right back up.
Yep, exactly. So it's interesting. It looks like they've got almost some string.
Yeah, it looks like
there, or like,
it's really hard to tell from here, but what it looks like happened is they took that green bubble wrap and then sort of used that to buffer whatever the strap is doing against the bronze of the statue. And so it looks like maybe there's some string there to like help everything sort of stay attached.
When you say it like that, it makes me
And then we've got some workers coming around from one side
carrying.
Frankly, it looks like
it's round
pony keg. But
yeah, that is kind of.
That is
exactly
not what that is.
Yeah,
but that is what it looked like. Sort of hard to tell what that was.
Yeah.
But he took that off into the truck.
Now they are. Almost looks like they are unwrapping the sling. They may be redoing part of it because there's definitely more slack than there was previously.
I think it's interesting they actually have some of the strap wrapped around the legs of the monument, which I sort of wouldn't have expected.
I think that's got to be to keep it
to stabilize it
and keep it upright too. I think you know you don't if you only do it around the belly, then it
might flip upside down.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because the base is probably going to be pretty heavy.
Right. So it looks like the police are escorting someone out of the area that has been blocked off, and gestured that he didn't know where he came from. So it's kind of the activity that was happening in the front of the screen in the foreground. Yeah, it looks like they've undone a good bit of the sling now, so they may have to reattach that afterwards.
It's called a man lift. So I responded to that and said, thank you for your comments. Thank you for watching. Yeah, that's what it was.
So they're definitely repositioning the sling. We're seeing a little bit of the green bubble wrap coming undone as well. And it looks like we've got one person up in the cherry picker and one who is on the statue as well. But they're definitely doing some pretty major rejigging.
Charge it for like 25 minutes.
Death of P.G.T. Beauregard is marked by the birth of magic.
Come on, this side.
He looked so sweaty in that one shot of Jim Jacobs. Like walking in the line. I didn't like what he said. He was good, but it's like, seemed like silly. Seemed like speaking. You know, like, Jay was like trying to know. The rhythm could have been I'm talking about
It was good, yeah. Did she write it or did you write it? You wrote like what she was going to say.
Really?
Oh, I was
No, I haven't seen that.
It was very
looks like they've now kind of double wrapped the sling and have it going up to the crane twice, which I don't think that they had before. And the cherry picker is coming down. So we're basically about to see if we still have someone who's up on the statue though.
Oh no, I've never really done this before. I grabbed it up as best as I could. We got the legs on. I heard someone call them ribbons.
It sort of looks like it's pulled taut a little bit. Mm-hmm. Is that?
Yeah. And the cherry picker is not all the way down, but it's
been removed from the area.
Yeah, exactly. There's still one person who is on the base of the statue and seems to be securing parts of the sling around the front left leg of the horse.
So do you guys know how it compares to like Jefferson Davis takedown in terms of how long it's taking to get the sling on? And
why, yes, I do, because I was there. So yeah, I mean, all in all, like, this is already well over the amount of time that it took to take Jefferson Davis down, because that was from about like 3:15 in the morning to about 5:30 in the morning. So that was like 2 hours once they actually got going with things. And this started really promptly, which we were pretty encouraged. Yeah, we were like encouraged to see that, because you know we were out very early at Jeff Davis and waited hours for even the crane to show up. And this was, you know, we had heard murmurings of 8 o'clock and probably 8:30.
Yeah, by 8:30 the crane
was here. And it took another 20 minutes for them to roll in. There's a budget rental truck over there, kind of off to the right-hand side. So it took a little bit longer to roll the rest of the vehicles in. But they worked for probably 2 hours, I would say now, doing the
wrapping and adjustments.
Yeah, I was gonna say they worked like at the beginning here. They did what we think is jackhammering and just general like power drilling around the base of the monument and up top, and then they switched over to wrapping it in the last hour and a half, I would say. And the one thing that's different about that from Jeff Davis is that they wrapped it pretty early with that one, and then they actually went back and they got a really big wrench out, and they had to undo a bunch of bolts that were in the base of the statue, attaching it to the pedestal. So we may have that happen again.
Major wrench action.
Yeah, but it was like wrapped with the yellow sling taut for a while at Jeff Davis, and this one, it seems like they did a lot of that work potentially beforehand, but we shall see.
How do the crowd sizes compare?
So, definitely smaller, but we've been talking about there's another batch of people over there.
It's on the far left side.
Yes, sorry. I'm pointing. On the far left side, so we know that
approaching from North Carrollton.
Right,
yeah.
we know that people are a little bit more spread out. At Jeff Davis, we were all really corralled and kind of pushed together, so the crowds, I mean, there were definitely more people, but it also felt like more people because we were just kind of squished into a smaller area, and here people are spread out along the bayou in both directions because the people who are directly behind us, behind the kind of press pit that they've created, or press pen, are downhill a little bit, so they can't see as well. So I think they've kind of moved out, but it was definitely throughout much of the Jeff Davis takedown, there was kind of yelling at one another, and we only had some of that in the last hour. And before that, it was really kind of surprisingly quiet.
And just to answer a question I saw come up on YouTube Live, the mayor has said that these monuments are going into an undisclosed city facility right now, and then they are destined for an as yet undetermined location, but the key phrase they've been using is to put them in the proper context. So what that actually looks like, where that facility is, if it's a museum or a park or neither of those, it's really yet to be seen. That's really going to be the next conversation that really happens around here.
I was going back and reading through the stories when the city council, made the historic vote to take these monuments down. I remember watching the whole meeting, and particularly that dramatic moment where Mayor Landry got up in front of the city council and made his arguments. And here we are, I guess that's a year and a half later. The monuments are coming down, and now Landry has about a year left in office to really decide what's gonna go in the place.
Yeah.
And you should introduce yourself since you just arrived.
Yeah. Hi, this is Catherine.
Catherine Sayer. Also NOLA.com, the times-picayune.
She's our late night shift coming into.
Just coming on.
Yeah.
She's our fresh eyes and ears and energy.
Exactly.
So send her all your hard questions.
Seems like the shouting that was going on right when I walked up maybe about 30 minutes ago is really quieted down.
And honestly, the Pro Monument crowd is really moved and or left. They were gathered kind of directly behind us, and they've moved a lot off to the left, and they're sitting on the banks of the bayou.
I know they're not arguing. It's the best time. Everybody gets it's not riled up. It's exciting.
All right, so we've got to the right over here, we've got a couple workers that are, frankly, it looks like they are smoothing down some part of this metal forklift, and we're ending up with quite a bit of sparks coming off of that.
Yep.
I'm ready to go.
So someone's asking about why it takes so long to come down, to get them down, and the answer to that is that it's a monument that's been up there for a long time. It's very tightly secured to its pedestal, and they are working really hard to make sure that they do not damage the statue as it comes down. They've got to make sure that it's balanced as it comes down so that it does not swing at all. And then once it does come down, what they'll do is they will kind of crate it up and put it onto the flatbed truck.
Yeah, this monument was erected in 1915, so, you know, you can plan as much as you want, but there might be some surprises once they actually get up there and start, you know, wrapping the sling around or unbolting some stuff. And, you know, they are committed to having them come down really in one piece and as intact as possible. So, you know, you can't just come in here with a sledgehammer and make that happen.
Oh, I think they're asking why it's taken so long for them to come down since they made the announcement that they were going to come down.
Some of the difficulty was that after the first one came down, we had Jazz Fest here in New Orleans, which is 2 weeks of a lot of police details required and
a lot of tourists in the city.
A lot of tourists, yeah. And so, you know, pretty much since Jazz Fest was over, we had a couple days of reprieve, and then this is the second one in less than a week to come down.
Yeah. Well, and I think honestly, logistically, it's challenging. You know, you have to block off all the streets. You have to have a large police presence, and they were having trouble securing contractors because there was a huge security issue with the contractors that they were trying to work with, and so that's been a challenge throughout
this whole process.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so taking a look at some of these pictures with the lenses that have much better vision than we do on these cameras, it really does look sort of like what they're doing over there on that little forklift is they're smoothing down the edges, you know, maybe so that as they approach, they're not like damaging anything. It's really hard to tell, but that's generally at least the action that looks like is happening.
I'm trying to get to like the bar here,
Okay, my sister. Okay. That's a good location.
Okay. Yeah. Did they? Yeah. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Can you point him out?
if you guys are just okay, so everybody can hear that. Just wanted to check.
Happy birthday to
If you don't agree with it, they don't fucking
What are they singing? This thing is decent.
All right, so some of you are asking what the size of the crowd is after that. So I'm gonna just turn us around very quickly. I don't want you to miss anything that's happening up here, but I'll give you an idea of what the crowd is like. It's definitely gotten smaller. So right here, I'm kind of pointing you in the direction of the Take 'em down folks that are here, and then over here we've got the pro monument folks. People, like we said, have really spread out across the bayou because the view is just better, quite frankly, I think, from where they're sitting. I'm gonna bring you back. So someone's asking if they have taken anything down yet. They have not. They have been working for a while now, an hour and a half or 2 hours, to secure the statue with these yellow slings. So we have watched them kind of complete it, it seems, and then go back down and then come back up and sort of redo the whole sling from what it looks like. So
it's interesting too because it doesn't seem like there's much time that lasts between the adjustment and the readjustment. So it's like they get down and they obviously see something real quick that isn't right.
Exactly.
More stuff.
I'm gonna have to make a running list so that I can sort of
Re-sign and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
No, the yellow ribbon song.
So we are entering our 4th hour of this. It looks like our Facebook is having a little bit of trouble, so just bear with us. There are a good number of people out here, so that may be kind of part of the problem. Oh, shit.
Watch this one.
That's...
Oh my
maybe
god!
Can it not be more
I don't know where my wallet is. It's like, I'm going to scream. I'm going to scream.
I think I just have to restart it.
And then it's pausing. And meanwhile, it's like...
a re-downloading Facebook.
It's gonna make me nervous. I think it's pretty good. Interesting approach. My wife and I were having
In terms of picking up our voice. Okay.
I was there on Valkyrie, so it was she's she I think she was pretty great. Who else was there that shot so do it. Yeah, I like it. Clearly. Where do you think they are? I think it's the Camatronics or something. Right.
I don't know why they don't take their shots.
You know they're these things put on
He put it on the other live view. He's on live view. The original live view, but it's also low, so.
Sorry, Katie, we really do not know how much longer it's going to be. This does appear to be
I even had like a good little.
the final phase, where they secure it, and then the next step should be to lift it upwards and then down. But
how long it takes them to secure it is the question.
We would love to know as well. Yeah, we can zoom in a bit for you guys if you want to see. It's going to get...
just let us know if that's
it's going to get a little grainy, but I'll give you kind of an idea. So that seems to be my limit.
I tell you, we're gonna steal you away.
No problem. we understand that it's late. So it looks like they are wrapping up the hooves of the horse just to be sure that when the statue comes down, those are not damaged.
yeah, that'd be good.
But I feel like my luck was second. That's it. And I get arrested.
Looking all right. What I would suggest is that you guys come to the shell right there on the stage. And like that job right there. And if it's
Honestly, I haven't seen any of the stash. It's down right
So, if you all are just joining us on Facebook, hopefully some of you found us from our last feed. We had some technical difficulties real quick, but we are back up and running, and we will be here until the statue comes down, which it seems like that is going to be happening really soon. We have been out here since about 8:30 local time, so 4 hours now, and we are anticipating the removal of the P.G.T. Beauregard Monument, which is the third of 4 of the Confederate monuments in New Orleans slated for removal. And so what we've seen out here so far tonight is that they spent a couple of hours working around the base of the monument, working around the feet of the horse up on the actual pedestal, where they had power drills and potentially, just they were working for about 2 hours. There was smoke. There were some sparks that we saw were kind of, I guess, maybe a block in distance away. So some of what we think that they're doing is a little unclear. And now we've been watching for the past 2 hours as they are securing the monument itself with a yellow sling that is attached to a crane, as well as green bubble wrap to protect it from the sling.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So they just swapped?
Yeah. Well, they swapped because they lost
Oh, and we've gotten this question a few times, and so if you're just tuning in with us, we don't know where the Beauregard statue is headed next, except in terms of a permanent home. We know it's headed to an undisclosed city storage facility temporarily, and presumably the Land Use Administration at some point will make an announcement about where all 4 of the monuments will be going. He has said it. He wants these statues in the proper context, so we'll see how he defines that later on.
So one interesting thing about this statue is that there's been a little bit of debate about who owns the land that the statue is on, or the monument is on. So there was a suit last week, is that right? Yes. That was filed seeking a temporary restraining order against the city. This was filed by the Monumental Task Committee. Again, this is the group that's been very active in trying to keep these monuments, including Beauregard, in place. They've actually cared for these monuments for years before this controversy came up. But in an attempt to keep Beauregard in place, they made this emergency request to,
challenging the city's effort to remove it on the grounds that the property is actually city park property that was rejected by a judge. And today, the head of the Monumental Task Committee just said, "Hey, you know what? We've exhausted all our appeals," and so the removal is moving forward.
Yeah. So if you are just joining us, we are on Esplanade. We are directly in front of City Park and the New Orleans Museum of Art.
He's like, but seriously, we all really want to know is Joe Flacco top thing? No, but what the fuck are you talking about? Joe Flacco, yeah. So no, he's not top 10 quarterback. And like, why are you saying?
So what we're looking at right now is that it seems like they kind of did they wrapped the sling around one time and then they came down onto the ground, and then they went back up and have done some major rewrapping, and now we've got someone up all the way up in the cherry picker, kind of at the top of the statue, and it looks like they're working on the connection between the sling and the crane.
Yeah. So you just ran out of things to say. So he's like, chicken's good. Chicken's so good. Just like it's ridiculous. Rogelio was the strangest guy I met in the business here. Where did you go? I think in San Antonio.
So once the statue is lifted, it will. We believe what will happen is that it will come onto the ground. They will work to secure it and crate it, and then it will come onto this flatbed truck, which is the very bright light to the left of your screen. Sorry about that. It is facing directly towards us. We had hopes that they would turn their lights off for this, but they kept them on. So it'll be placed on there, and that's how it will depart this location for the place where it will be stored.
You're just staring at the entrance to City Park right now. You have to wonder what's going to go up in its place, if anything. You know, will the city come up with some other person they would hope to highlight there, or will it basically be a flower bed? I don't know.
Yeah, and I think another interesting question that I've heard a lot recently is for the, for Lee Circle, that's this big kind of not just a statue, but also, it's a traffic and for Jeff Davis Highway, it's like are the streets gonna be renamed, and the circle itself in terms of mapping and stuff like that.
We do know that Landrew said shortly after Jefferson Davis came down that he's going to leave decisions about street names, any other statues, to the next administration. Here, as the mayoral campaign heats up, we'll see if that becomes a big issue. As for Lee Circle, Landrew has talked. He seems to be really headed toward this idea of a tricentennial park, maybe some kind of a water feature. It would take a lot of fundraising and private donations, he says, to actually get that done.
And do we have any estimate in cost for how much this is all costing? I know earlier Chelsea was talking about how this is all happening because of a private donation that's funding it, but
right. And because of that, we don't have a lot of details. I think one thing that we are pursuing at the, is we will be looking into the costs of extra police, just the logistics costs for the city. But because it's privately funded, we don't have a whole lot of details on that front.
Yeah, she might have been. It's so awesome. It's like this. It's like so. It's like this. No, he just does it. He just reads people.
They're just like,
Robin saw when they put together a montage when he was introducing guests. He was like, and so I'm joined with so and so from the web, and he would just do that, and they think.
let's shake hands. And then he's like, no. Honestly, if I was the guest, I would do that.
Yeah. And then so many people were like,
it was just looked awkward, I bet.
oh God, Nick Powell.
So they're definitely up at the very top, working on the connection still between the crane and the sling. Although it looks like they've just moved away. So we'll see if they're going to come all the way down or if they're going to stop again, kind of halfway
Work on
up
it again.
Yeah, keep working. That may be, there is someone still standing on the base of the statue.
Yes.
So it looks like that person is potentially going to join them or just help them.
It is interesting to look and see, the crowd appears to have thinned out a bit over the last hour or so, and you think back to the protests that happened, that Sunday before Jefferson Davis came down. I guess that was a week ago.
It was not this Sunday, which was Mother's Day, but the Sunday before that. Yeah, exactly.
And I was just wondering, I was anticipating maybe some bigger turnouts at the actual removals. I don't know if it's because it's happening at night or people have just kind of...
Well, and it's surprising to me, too, because, the first one, I think very few people even knew about, so the crowd at that one was not very big at Liberty Place. But at Jefferson Davis, the crowd was pretty big considering the hour. They didn't get started until 2:30 in the morning, and the crowd didn't thin too much until about 5:30, which is when the monument itself came down. And at that point, all of the pro-monument people really just turned quietly and departed the scene. And a lot of the Take 'em Down folks stayed to kind of celebrate, I guess. But here it definitely feels a lot smaller on both sides, and when I first arrived right around 8, it really felt like the pro-monument protesters were the larger group, and now it doesn't feel that way anymore. And that may just be because they've spread out for a better vantage point, and it may be because it's approaching 1 in the morning. It's hard to tell.
There's really no the exchanges between the two sides, because again the pro-monuments and pro-removal groups kind of corralled themselves on separate sides. For a while they were yelling at each other, there were some exchanges, but that has been quiet for a while too. Everyone's just like we are, sort of in a holding pattern right now.
And we've kind of been this way for a while, because at the beginning there was all of, there was noise and there was kind of some smoke and some sparks and stuff, and so that was kind of keeping everyone's attention, I think. And now that it's, you can tell that they're just going up and down, really fine-tuning the positioning of everything before the removal. So it's very, we're not seeing any big drastic changes visually, but you can tell that they're continuing to work at it. So we've got, in the foreground a little bit, we've got someone who is actually standing on the base of the crane, who seems to be kind of taking another vantage point so that they can people on the ground around the monument who are watching.
They might have like a string like pull it a certain way.
Thinking again about the crowds, crowds at the protests were much bigger, but I think that was also, it was on a weekend. It was planned, it was publicly planned.
I remember going on Facebook that weekend leading up to the Sunday march and protests, and just seeing all these groups on Facebook rallying people to come in from all these other states, and it seemed like it was going to be pretty intense.
Yeah, and it was quite frankly, I think it was smaller than they anticipated it would be, but there were more scuffles than we've seen elsewhere. There was more language and kind of people really getting in each other's faces, and I think that's partially due to the fact that people are physically separated here. The police have set this up actually at the last two, at this monument removal and at the Jeff Davis removal, and actually at that protest that kind of culminated at Lee Circle. They had basically a walkway that allowed police and press to kind of move about, and then they had the two groups of protesters on either side of that, divided by fences, so that's really kept people separate, which I think is really helping to de-escalate whatever might be happening.
Is anyone still on the statue itself?
It's hard to tell if there is one person left at the base or not, but the cherry picker has definitely come down. It's about at the height of the heads of everybody else who's standing below it. But yeah, I'm seeing about 6 people who appear to be supervising in some way on the ground, and then there have been 2 people going up and down in the cherry picker, one who's really staying on the statue and then one who's going up, which is very similar to what we saw at Jeff Davis. Here we have a much better view, because at Jeff Davis there was a big fence that was in the way, and so you really couldn't see the people that were on the ground, but here we actually were a little bit higher up, so we can see kind of down into it a tiny bit more.
And for those of you maybe just tuned in, feel free to ask us any questions about the process and what's been happening with the monuments. We're happy to do our best to answer them.
This is the third of 4 Confederate monuments that's going to be taken down, and this one I drove past it a lot actually during Jazz Fest because we were covering Jazz Fest, and this was on my way in, and there have really been anywhere from 1 to 15 people here what seems like every day that I was past or saw photos of it. So it's really been, there have been a lot of pro-monument people out here for the past, what is now, a few weeks.
I remember passing by them walking on my way to Jazz Fest, I'm wondering what the tourists were thinking about that.
Right, yeah, I know, it is definitely really interesting. And then on Monday, I believe, there were 2 people out.
So we have a question about where the monument is going once it's removed. For now, all we know is that it's going to an undisclosed location of a city storage facility of some kind. Mayor Landrieu's administration has yet to unveil what the plan is for Beauregard Lee if and when it's taken down, the Liberty Place obelisk, and the Jefferson Davis statue. Landrieu has said he wants to see them in a proper context, so we'll find out what that means. But to answer your question, for now, Beauregard is going to a storage facility from here.
Let's look around for a few hours. So that's a big difference.
So if any of you guys are curious to see just a different vantage point, get a little bit of a different perspective, we've got photographers and reporters kind of on all sides of the statue right now. The monument is in the center of a traffic circle, so there are multiple entrances into that traffic circle that the police have blocked off, and we have people around them. So check out our live blog on NOLA.com. We've got videos, we've got full photo galleries, and we've got this live blog that we're constantly updating with everything that's happening, everything that we're seeing, and everything that our other reporters and photographers are seeing and reporting back. So for more information, you can definitely check that out.
I'm seeing some suggestions, I think, of what statue should go up. Louis Armstrong, Harry Connick. Mm-hmm. Is that Harry Connick Jr.?
Just said Harry Connick, but Drew Brees was a suggestion earlier in the evening, which is one that I've seen many times. But yeah, I've also heard that they're, considering even just like a flag to go up in the place of some of these.
As for Drew Brees, Harry Connick, Louis Armstrong, we're just saying what we're hearing from you guys.
Yeah.
We have no confirmed
way.
information that that's in the works at all.
So they are up at the top of the statue again in the cherry picker. Looks like they're still really messing with this, the kind of where the sling is connecting to the crane. Trying to get that just right. We saw earlier that they were wrapping the hooves of the horse to make sure that when it comes down, those aren't damaged. And you can see that the sling is wrapped around the legs of the horse, and I think that I would guess that is to make sure that it doesn't flip, because if you just had it wrapped around the stomach, then it would have the potential to slide over, and so that will really keep it upright.
Yeah.
But thank you guys all for tuning in. We know this is a very it can be a big investment of your time, because this is a really time-consuming process, and they really want to take their time with it and make sure that everything happens very smoothly, because the goal is to maintain and preserve the statues, not to damage them in any way.
So here's a little bit of trivia that was just passed along to me. So Alexander Doyle, the sculptor who created Beauregard, also created the Robert E. Lee statue, which is expected to come down next and will likely be the most difficult logistically to bring down because of its location downtown, the fact that it's on this really high tower.
The fact that it's on a hill, I mean, that's going to be really challenging.
But that's interesting.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I think Jesus just came into the conversation. Yeah, definitely P.G.T. Morris.
just turned around and I feel like the crowd's thinned out even more. People aren't up for hanging on this early in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, you do get the sense that because we've already had 2 come down, people know what's coming to a sense. You know, there are people on both sides who want to show their support and show their frustrations, but they know that at this phase what this means, and it may not for some be worth the lack of sleep and all of that.
Right.
So the cherry picker has again come down. It's about halfway up the statue, and it looks okay, we've got movement. So the person who was standing on the base of the statue, where the statue itself meets the pedestal, has now entered into the cherry picker. So that should be a pretty good sign, I would say, although that we will not make any large guesses about that.
And now it looks like they're going back up.
Okay.
Have you seen any estimate of how much this weighs?
I have not, actually.
I remember we were able to find out how much Jefferson Davis weighed back in our archives, I think, of when it went up, and now I can't remember what the number was.
I feel like we knew how much Lee weighed. I feel like he was. I feel like it was 6 or 7,000.
I heard 7,000 pounds. Yeah,
but Lee. But yeah, this one is. I mean, probably in that range, right? Like, it's Lee's a little more compact, but this is a huge monument.
Something pretty closely. Yeah. Maybe this is the final inspection. Okay, now we've got some shouting in the crowd.
Man dressed as a priest.
And so we have our answer to the question that I posed a few minutes ago. Beauregard is estimated to weigh between 12,000 and 14,000 pounds. So that's about double what our guesstimate was based on Lee. So that's a pretty heavy object to lift.
Yeah.
Stating the obvious.
Right. No, but I mean, it makes sense why they are taking this much time and care.
Okay, so and then Jeff Davis, which of course came down last week, was estimated to weigh between 2,000 and 4,000 pounds. Robert E. Lee, right there in the middle at 7,000 pounds. I'd like to give
the one we got right.
Yeah.
Yes.
But this is much heavier than the one they took down last week, so that.
So police are in the crowd. There's some kind of a confrontation, and police are trying to get people separated. It's not really come to push and shove yet, but exchange of words.
Yeah, probably down. How many people would you say are out here now? I mean, strictly in this area, 75-ish?
Yeah, less than 100, I was going to say. I'm not sure if that question about city workers is about the crew working right now, but this is a city contractor who the identities of the workers, they've got their faces covered.
Okay, so sorry to interrupt you. It seems like some of the Take 'Em Down folks have entered into the area where the Pro Monument folks had previously been. We'll walk you guys over there. It's got some re-energized energy. There we go. So as you can see, on this side has been where the Take 'Em Down folks have been. Zoom out so you guys can see. There's kind of some singing and chanting.
They are communists. We are America.
Socialist. Brown sugar. That's what Hitler had. Brown sugar. That was like the secret.
Is it here? Yeah, it's in the truck. I give you the keys. Hold on, give me a second. Hello? No, that's mine. Yes, I am. I actually just showed up. I just met with Chip. I just met up with Chip right now. I actually just walked up. You were like, Dixie? What's that? Hello, it's all you have it. They have it.
Alright guys, we're gonna get you back into position over here at the monument. Here we go.
Yeah. We're like right at the bridge. We're right at the Mason Bridge.
Oh, God, we're on second line. Second line into
What's your battery?
Oh, interesting. So I got my Big Bertha. That's all yours. That's it.
Okay, what about TDU? How do you want TDU?
I have one extra TV.
Oh, okay. Oh, you can if you want to. It's how y'all doing? You've been here for a long time, huh? Yeah.
Do you have a charger?
Oh, yeah. The external battery on both of them? Yeah, it will.
Yeah, I mean, they're both.
David, you got me, right?
So I'm going to stay with this camera on until
You need some B-roll? How are we doing on B-roll? How are you doing on B-roll?
tremendous amount of that.
Okay, so not so much of that. Okay, let me get a little bit of that before we take on.
Alright y'all, I'm gonna move you back again. We're gonna keep a close eye on the monument, but it looks like we've got a band who showed up. And I heard potential calls for a second line. So we're gonna see what's going on. big crew of people now who are getting like up and around the monument. Excitement we've had all evening, I think. Yep.
Leave it to New Orleans.
Fair to say,
bring up some brass band in the middle of, you know,
in New Orleans. For sure.
Okay, cool. Whoa.
Hey, Matt. How's it going? Sitting right at this.
He said he's going to burn on you.
I'll actually try to see if we can get a better shot somewhere. Looks like over there, where nobody else is. Doesn't look like. That's me. Yeah.
I didn't even know. I just yes.
I'm actually close, like right at the Shell station.
So for those of you still with us, thanks for hanging in. That was some excitement for sure. And now we are back on the monument. They are making more adjustments. It seems like they keep kind of coming down, deciding they need to make more adjustments. So the process really continues.
Now we have several police officers mounted on horseback coming across the Esplanade Bridge toward the crowd and away from the monument. It looks like the mounted police force is now pausing, facing the crowd.
Okay guys, so we've just had, I'm going to turn the camera just a little bit so you can see. We've had some mounted police officers join us after that musical interlude. Sorry. So now we've got, sorry. We've got horses. So they are back up again. So now the horses, the mounted police are leaving. Okay. I'm gonna come back down there.
Can you not go down?
Looks like we may have what looks like 2 arrests. The police. I'm gonna zoom out a bit, see if I can show you guys, but the police are currently leading 2 people away towards the monuments. That one girl.
Like 2 arrests were made?
Yeah, and it looks like that one girl was wearing a Trump shirt.
Was she? I missed the front. Okay.
And I think that the other man was earlier was doing some spoken word he was the guy doing spoken word, so I don't know if you know, I don't want to speculate about.
Well, it looks like that's why the mounted police
came through.
And now they're just standing in that area to try to keep peace, it looks like.
So the crowd on the pro-monument side is down to maybe a dozen right in front of us, kind of behind the barricades where they had originally gathered. And the police have kind of spread that out, obviously, because there are mounted police in that area now. So, oh wait, we've got more.
More people have been arrested.
Looks like one more is being led away.
It's really not clear what
happened.
What
yeah,
happened.
We didn't see. But it's a third, so 2 females and a male. You can kind of see their silhouettes. Female is being led away.
We've now seen 2 women and 1 man who were put in handcuffs and walked away actually toward Beauregard. We're not sure what incident might have led to them being detained, and we don't even know if they were officially arrested. So
it was during, it must have been during the music, and so it was kind of, you know, that was on the other side of things, and so people were pretty distracted by the music. But we had the mounted police come through, and then immediately after they walked these 3 people through the barricades towards the monument.
How do you like Fletcher? How you like?
Whatever's fine.
Your tongue, do you like guitar?
That's fine. It's not like it's moving anytime soon, so.
So if anyone is in fact just tuning in, we have been out here since 8:30-ish, so 5 hours now.
Statues or the straps have been completely removed.
Okay, our silence is because we've just spent the last few hours watching them put the straps, the sling on. So not sure why that's now been removed.
Yep, that is curious for sure. But you're right, we are now looking at
a strapless
statue. You can see that the green, bubble wrap is much more visible now because the yellow straps have been removed.
Photographer Michael DeMocker put that on the slide channel. He's got a different mandatory.
He should deliver to a protest.
So, we didn't ever think this was going to be smooth, but it's definitely proving to take a very long time. You know, for the first probably 2 hours that they worked on it, they were really active. They were making a lot of noise because they were using power drills. There was smoke, there were sparks, so it was kind of a more visually interesting scene to watch. Now, you know, we've watched them go up and down in the cherry picker And
times.
Just saw someone ask in our YouTube live stream what will go in its place, and we've been chatting about that a little bit. I mean, everyone in the city's been talking about that, and we just don't know what's going to go up in place of Beauregard, or really any of the 4 that have been removed.
So you can see they've picked up the straps again. There's one person who's really walking below the cherry picker, seems to be giving them a different perspective. You can kind of see them waving their arms, gesturing, and it looks like they're going up again with the straps.
Yeah, I know. All right. Where's Aubrey? You have everything covered.
I am good to go. Thank you, sir.
Oh, hey Patrick, there's some batteries charging in your car.
What battery is?
The TVU batteries are charging in your car.
Oh, fantastic. Cool. Thank you.
Of course.
So we have a little more information from an NOPD spokesman that the 3 people arrested are arrested on public drunkenness.
Interesting. It's hard to tell. We don't know what side, they were on. They were certainly led from the pro-monument side, but that really could mean that means nothing right now because the 2 sides were definitely mixing, particularly during the music. So.
And one of the 3 who was trying to set a flag on fire will also get a municipal arson charge. That's coming from NOPD. So there was some kind of an attempt to light a flag on fire.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too big a deal. I mean, Kelsey's out here, and we have everything we need to do to our shot, so we can just want to make sure that everything's covered. Yeah, we can probably do anything you want. Okay, sounds good. No problem.
So I don't know if they can give it up.
Lock it.
Sorry. You know to get this thing up here, right? So for the past 3 hours, they've just been fidgeting with those straps and putting them in different angles, wrapping in different ways, and it seems like they've been trying to pull up.
Yeah, they had a second mic in there.
He's like, I know we all have differences, but it's my friend's birthday. And someone's like, what if he's a white supremacist?
Yeah. And it was like,
white supremacist birthday.
I know.
There's also a second. We saw that when we were in I've been watching it. That's a while ago. I mean, it's different. Well, all the roads are blocked off. Well, it looks like they might be getting out.
So it looks like they are taking another shot with the straps, but they definitely took them off, and you can see all the slack, so you know that they are really sort of starting from not scratch all the way, but
They've backtracked some.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. Which, I mean, is to be relatively expected with these things. There's just, these people didn't have a chance to get up on the statue before, so they're figuring some things out as they go.
And if you didn't hear it, if you weren't with us earlier when we were talking about how much this statue weighs, it's an estimated 14,000 pounds, so that's what they're dealing with right now.
Probably like 5 feet away.
This is all green. The statue's already gone. No, what we're looking at is a green screen. This is not really how
So what is this, the Matrix?
Yes. Inception, the Matrix, all that. What if we're not actually watching it take the statue down? What if this is a green screen?
Awesome.
Tight.
No, I'm not. I'm ready.
Mine is down. Mine's going to be like
Just
dying already. 30 minutes.
well, he's been cooking on this one.
Oh, that one.
Goron, that's what I meant. Goron. I would love for you guys to catch up with Goron. And my relief is supposed to be here. Well, they're not taking it down because they don't even have the strap.
So they just reattached the sling to the crane, but there's a lot of slack left, so there's definitely more work to be done before we're going to see any big movement.
I have no idea. I rolled in here. I did my job.
We never got that instruction.
Yeah, never. We're not playing this game. You guys are on your end. We're on our end. We're making this shit happen. You're making this happen. You're not following him.
Broke the flag right there. Boom, broke the flag right there.
It's just
I don't even have Slack.
So, one thing that we haven't talked about in a while is that not only is the statue of Beauregard and the horse going to come down, but they're also planning to take the front of the statue of the stone pedestal, which has his name on it. That's going to come as well. So, and that's expected to come off after the statue. Yeah.
The front part?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm assuming it's going to come down after. We were told by the NOPD spokesman that those were the two things coming down, basically, the statue itself and that front panel. And if they follow the habit of what they did at Jeff Davis, they're going to deal with the pedestal after. information.
No problem.
Paul and I were out here yesterday morning, and it's there. It smells really bad.
The sun burns off.
I run the mine, so it doesn't smell bad. I wouldn't run it if it smelled I have their card.
Alright, we can get the.
It's just video. So, apparently Ryan tried to get the crowd to sing happy birthday, which was a failure. It wasn't good. Good. Wait, so he told me that some people burned the American flag. They got arrested for violating the trash fire ordinance. That means that the
That's what
flag
they got
is
him for?
always trash. You can't. You have to like do it in like a mural.
One camera is going to be the monument. This is feeding back to news channel. So yeah, I'm not going to do any more reroll for you. I think that the triangle just is working out so well for them, so this will hopefully it could be in 10 months or
Alright, how's that look? That one? Some wide shot. I figure you.
No, that's the first one I feel like I'm actually
Right enough for you?
That's just like, hey.
Alright.
Last time
Alright.
Get ready for it.
no, he kind of wants you to move to it.
Fall asleep and then my phone gets buzzing.
You know, all the alerts. Rain's on it. It's out here. Like, that's what people are saying. It's just like, you know, be there. Tell us if it's out. Oh, yeah, that's what that one's been over there.
No, it's just my friend.
So it looks like this ladder is being moved again underneath the cherry picker as these workers work or continue rather, to readjust the straps that they've now replaced back on the monument, and the green bubble wrap substance stiff. So we've got right at the base of that statue, there's a worker placing a ladder against. Looks like he's either gonna head up. Yep, he's going up to assist in this process. And we've got one person in the cherry picker, and then another actually on the pedestal, working to wrap Beauregard's horse's legs in these straps. So for all those who are just joining us here in the wee hours of the night, we are live here in Mid-City in New Orleans, waiting for the third of 4 Confederate monuments to come down. This is a monument of P.G.T. Beauregard. We are just right at the base of City Park here, looking toward what would be, if you could see it, Beauregard's face really in the front of the horse on this monument, looking into the bottom of City Park. To our back is Esplanade Avenue, and we're just really at Esplanade goes over by St. John right here, and so we're just really at the base of this bridge near Moss Street. And so we are just waiting on this monument to be coming down. They've had these straps up for a while. They adjusted them for a couple of hours, and then it looks like they were not pleased with what they had set up, so they took all of the straps down and started over from scratch on rigging this thing up to be taken into the air on that crane.
Oh yeah, she's big camera. Yeah.
So it looks like that crane is swaying just a little bit, and the cherry picker, person in the cherry picker pulled on those straps, and it looked like they were pretty taut. So we'll see what happens. Alright, they're giving some hand signals here. Can't really tell what those hand signals indicate, but they're definitely communicating between each other. From the cherry picker to, we got about, I think, 3 guys down on the base of this monument.
Like they're putting a little tension on the straps.
Yeah. And it was swaying a little bit. Unfortunately, we can't get any closer. There is a barricade blocking everybody from getting any closer, so this is as good as it's going to get. In fact, we're closer than the general public by probably about 30 feet. So this is as good as it gets, really, for a view for us tonight. See, there's sound of a power tool, but I can't really see where it is being applied here. I think maybe on the base, it looks like they might actually be. I believe Emma earlier was saying that with Jeff Davis, once they were all strapped in, they actually went ahead and released. Sorry guys, actually getting a little bit of a better visual. It looks like they're sawing part of the base away. Maybe it's not really clear what the purpose is. I mean, there could be a bolt down there.
Separate the horse's hooves from the actual bronze base itself. So they've been like sawing into something at the front.
Okay.
And they They actually pulled the crane taut a little bit.
Okay. Great.
Beauregard was from St. Bernard Parish. That's correct.
Okay guys, so we're actually gonna make some moves right now. We've discovered a new angle, so bear with us as we move. We're gonna try to do it as quickly as possible so that we get over there. Can I get that to you? I gotta get my other camera.
I see a much more even mix when I walk around in the city.
Thank you. Yeah, it's much better. Okay, I'm gonna hold this one. Okay, one up. Okay. Got it? Yeah.
Let me get my
Oh, you're okay.
I'm sorry. I might sit here in a minute, but we won't be able to shot.
It's totally
What
fine.
media group y'all working with?
We're at the times-picayune.
You're what?
The times-picayune.
I'm a local. Wired off. It's a beautiful night for it, is it not?
It is indeed. So, guys, we've repositioned a little bit so that you can see. We've got statue just off to the right side of the screen. Sorry, getting a little tired. We're now kind of down, just down the bayou a tiny bit. We're a little lower than we were before, but we think this is a bit of a better view.
Yeah, you'll really be able to see, I think, when it
Right.
finally gets pulled off the pedestal, you'll be able to really see it moving
Yeah.
from this angle.
So,
And also from this view, you can see a few people still out on canoes waiting, watching from the bayou.
There were burning ships then. Yeah. So they pull this guy out and they go, what the hell? He's like, I'm telling you. We'll give you 20%. He goes, no, you give me freaking half of what you got. 20%. Throw him back in. Another 5 years go by, finally he pulls him back out. He goes, so what's the deal? He goes, all right, where we can come to an end. So he said 30% and we're done. And the Doge, who considered himself like a pharaoh, like a god, king, and he goes,
That is king.
if you'll leave us alone, if you go back to your people and say you'll leave us alone.
So there you can definitely hear some noises. They're working to detach the statue from the pedestal, it sounds like.
Because they came up with this
It looks like the straps, or the sling, is in place.
They said, we'll leave you alone, let us do our own business, in our own little, we're not going to overcome you, but we'll give you 30% of what we take. And they were only ones to do that.
I'm Greek. All we did is
Hey man,
all we did was chill and relax.
No, the things I'd like to say.
No, but my buddy.
Yeah, so from our angle, we're here on the banks of the bayou. The Esplanade Avenue Bridge is just to our left. We're kind of hanging out with some people who are gathered and talking as we wait for the statue to be removed.
The crowds have definitely moved over kind of as they realized where the better view is. So, you know, it is a little, it's a little loud. But just, again, put any questions that you guys might have in the comments. We've got a guy who's on a ladder, or a person on a ladder, excuse me,
Oh my God, my family's getting together.
who looks like he's working kind of on the feet, and then it looks like the statue is being secured, you know, under the front legs, kind of on the belly of the horse, and then on the back as well. So it's kind of this.
Oh yeah.
I think it's like 4 different straps like coming down, right?
Yes.
Just looped under the horse's belly, so to speak.
Wait. Talk about Italians. Did y'all know that Orleans Confederate just stated that they're coming out with an SUV? Oh, there we go. They stated it yesterday. And they're coming out and it's going to do, it's an SUV.
Or just maybe just
and it's going to do 0 to 60 and 3.5 seconds.
Oh my God. We're just going to readjust you guys a tiny bit.
You gotta get it electric. When you gotta get when you have to get the sock, when you gotta get the body sock.
More of an angle for you. Let's see. We're going to readjust a tiny bit.
We're gonna run though. We'll be back. We're gonna grab some beer.
Alright, get beer. Be careful. Bring us one.
Oh yeah. Hey, you got some cash. We're literally coming back.
So it looks like what we're seeing now, it looks like 2 workers are under the horse and another is on the ladder toward the front.
And they don't sell beer. And they don't sell beer.
Back in the NOPD's corral areas, it looks like the pro-monument side has really diminished since the start of the night around 8:30. Now we're here close to 2:30 in the morning, and we've only got about 2 dozen pro-monument supporters left.
Wait.
This is like... So we've got at least 3 kayaks out here right now, which is definitely one way to get closer. Straight on. So now we've got at least one person who's up sort of sitting under the statue. We've got another on a ladder, and then we have another who's standing and is supporting. So they seem kind of concerned right now with the underbelly of the horse. So for those of you guys hanging in there, we are coming up on hour 6. Thank you for staying with us all this time. We know it's a commitment to kind of watch all night. Yeah, so there are, if you can see, we've moved to a different position, and there are about at least 3 kayaks that I've seen that are in the water in front of us. It's definitely a way to get closer to the action than anybody else is really allowed to get to. So we've moved over so that we just have a different angle. The crane was really blocking what we could see before. And this is a nice side angle view that we've got. So as we said earlier, you know, the statue itself is in the middle of a traffic circle, and so there's a lot of different vantage points on it. And we've had reporters and photographers moving around it at all angles tonight to just see what's going on, make sure we are kind of checking everything out. So yeah, so we're on the other side of the bayou right here, and they're not letting anyone across the bridge on Esplanade. So we've been out here since about 8:15 p.m. Yep, local time. And it's
about 2:30.
Yeah, and what started as, you know, really quick, there was a lot of action at the beginning. Was, you know, we're kind of excited and thought that this might not take into the wee hours of the morning, but yeah, it definitely has slowed down quite a bit, and we've seen them backtrack a good bit, and they've got it rigged up again. So,
and this is the a factoid we've been sharing, but to get a sense of the task at hand, Beauregard is about 14,000 pounds.
Yeah.
So that compared to, what did we hear? Jefferson Davis was 6 to 7?
I think it was 600. Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah. So, you know, the scene out here, there's still a good crowd. People have really come to lay on the grass for the large part. They're not up against the barricades, and you can see why. You know, you can lay in the grass and get a better viewpoint, which makes a lot of sense. But the crowds in general have diminished. Particularly the pro-monument side really started as the bigger side, and definitely is not that way anymore. We can definitely hear some tapping,
some hammering.
Yeah, exactly.
That's I would say a new for the evening, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they've moved on to. This is speculation here, but maybe they've moved on to the next step. The straps look to be in place. They're not moving the straps around. It appears, at least right now, they aren't.
Nope, that's not what we meant to do. Sorry, guys. Got a little glimpse of us. So yeah, this is kind of what feels like the third attempt at putting the straps on, but now it seems like they've got the straps fixed up, and this next set of things that they do may be to release the statue the final time. Definitely for Jeff Davis, when they took that statue down last week, they had it all rigged up, and then they had to do a couple last things to separate the statue from its base. Yeah, so we can zoom in for you guys a little bit if you want to see that.
I know. Yeah, and just to clarify, the hammers we're talking about are separating the statue from the pedestal. So, trying to make that.
Well, okay, the thing is, like,
yep.
I just, I'm
So what's next? Someone asks. Could you? Well, let me see if I can guess. So what's next is the statue goes into some kind of a city storage facility. We don't know where that is. And then the mayor plans on putting all 4 of the statues to be removed or into some public display that's in proper context. We don't know what that is.
Mm-hmm. And, once they do get it off of the pedestal and onto the ground, that does not mean the night is over for all of these people who are working on this. They will have to crate it and get it secured on the flatbed truck that is now kind of out of view from us, but is on the far side of the crane. And
then they also plan to remove the front of the pedestal that has Beauregard's name, but the rest, the bulk of the pedestal will still be there. It just won't have the nameplate on it anymore.
Exactly. So we've counted, kind of anywhere from 6 to 8 people who seem to be the crew that's working around the circle on this. It's been 2 who have been in the cherry picker, and then anywhere from 4 to 6 kind of on the ground, either supervising or assisting in any way. It's hard to differentiate any of them because we are pretty far away, and also because all of the people are wearing, similar black clothing, helmets.
They're masked.
Yeah.
Can you tell? I mean, at Jefferson Davis, they were wearing what appeared to be vests.
They were wearing bulletproof vests. I actually have not confirmed that yet tonight, but I would imagine that it's sort of the same uniform as they were wearing before, with their faces covered and protective vests on. So you guys may be able to actually hear that hammering. It's pretty loud. Sort of the first sounds of life we've heard from them
exactly
in a while, honestly.
They've been so focused on getting those straps in place. I think it's safe to say we've moved on to a new phase.
A new phase. Yeah. We can only hope that we don't have to go back to the slings after this.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, this is just a much larger project. It's a different, shape than the Jeff Davis was just, one figure, and this is a much bulkier project. Not to mention the sheer weight of it, which is a lot more.
It seems the city anticipated that, right? I mean, it's starting at 8:30 in the evening as opposed to Liberty Place and Jefferson Davis that really started in the middle of the night.
Right, exactly. I mean, yeah, we're on hour 6 right now, so, if they had decided to start this at the time that they started Jeff Davis, it would be rush hour traffic because they started at 2:30. So, I think that they knew that this was really going to take a very long time to get it down. But yeah, I mean, you can tell that the care that they're going to it's really about getting them down safely, being able to preserve them. They want to make sure that they are not damaged while they come down. So yes, we have one more that is slated to come down. This is the 3rd of 4 that are scheduled, of 4 Confederate monuments in New Orleans, and the last one is Robert E. Lee, which is right kind of downtown in the
right at St. Charles
area, yeah.
St. Charles Avenue in the CBD. Of course, it's on a very high pedestal on a hill in the middle of Robert E. Lee's namesake circle, Lee Circle.
Pretty big traffic circle. The streetcar goes around it, so And there's, again, a lot of entrances into the circle, so it's going to be a lot of effort to and planning and good logistics to get that one down.
Sure, but if it were just like but if you were in a way that was actually
I live right here and I've been out here since
just like kind of like
has been that busy.
Sure.
In the middle of the night last week, figure out what was the best way to get to the big man. It's huge.
I'm glad that he's saying something.
I mean, yeah, I think so too. I think that's what I find it interesting. If you all, especially with this one, the whole
So for those of you talking about Robert E. Lee, that one weighs about 7,000 pounds, so it's effectively half as heavy as this one, but it is up a pretty big hill and sort of in a more congested traffic area, so there are other logistical details to figure out, but it is lighter. Yeah, someone's asking about how much this is going to cost, and we really don't know. A private donor has basically is funding this and has made this possible, so we have very few details about how much it costs. But, you know, between the protest 2 weekends ago and the really late nights piggybacking on Jazz Fest, which just meant a lot of extra tourists in town and a lot of extra police hours. Honestly, we know that there's been just, you know, a ton of late nights for the residents of these areas, the police officers who are keeping this safe, and obviously the reporters, because we are here.
I don't agree with you. I feel like are these the things that are going to change American rules from before the years? What is it really about? I think it is a step of like this, you know. Like nobody can figure out a better plan. On a date y'all started like trying to figure out all the I mean, you're supposed to be
basically just like, yeah, the person was like, he's talking about his life in a way that was like, he's talking about all the struggles that he's had. Where he had it, he was talking about it.
It's a kiss of me for this travel conference my mom came to.
Yeah.
She got ill.
Rapping. Some musicians are like, you know, when they actually...
He's like, I will listen to the music.
I'm just tired.
And then he was like, but it comes through. And then he was like,
yeah, just take a shot. The story of my life. What's your name? Medea. Oh, okay, cool. Somebody was trying to get me about a paper, like, buy the actual hard copy. I was like, I'm never home. I was like, I was like, I do need to get in here and there.
There's some people like, even they know they like,
even though I do like print, because I like the movies, and I was like, I can't get another newspaper.
Yeah, but you do think you know, like Jay-Z, like they know what they're doing.
So we've now got at least 3 people who are at the base of the monument, and then it looks like two people sitting on the monument by the feet of the horse. It's hard to tell what they're doing from here, but like got 4 or 5 people involved there. Now they're going around the back of the monument with the ladder. So someone asked if this is considered overtime for us. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely not typically staffed at this hour with this many staff, and I will definitely be sleeping in tomorrow. So we're getting a couple questions about if the whole statue's coming down and where it's going to go. So the horse and the Beauregard figure are coming down, as is the front of the pedestal has his name on it, and that part of the statue is going to come down as well. So we believe that once the statue itself comes down, then they will remove the front part of the pedestal. And then in terms of where they're going to go, we know that they are going to go and be stored in a city storage facility for the foreseeable future until they decide what they are going to do with the statues themselves. So we're hearing a little bit more hammering, it sounds like. There's definitely multiple figures, 2, possibly 3 up on the statue itself. Thanks, guys. We're definitely not perfect. We've been here since 8:30, so it's a pretty long shift. But we're gonna hang with you until we see this statue come down, no matter how long that takes. So we will be here. Just to revisit a few things in case you've joined us since we talked about that. The statue itself, this one has been kind of interesting. The kind of unique conversation that's been happening around this statue is that it's a little bit murky who owns the land that the statue actually sits on, and so someone filed suit this week to try and prevent the removal of the statue by saying that it was actually on City Park's land. The statue is right at the entrance of City Park, and that appeal basically failed, and clearly the city's moving ahead either way. So that's kind of one just like interesting tidbit. And then, I've been coming by here for the past few weeks, and there have been live feeds that we've been able to catch on days when we're not by here, and there have been a few people out on the pro-monument side who have been kind of guarding the monument, and the crowds were bigger earlier, although it seems like the people who are here now, at least, we're sort of we've ended up on the what appears to be the take 'em down side, I guess, just because of the view alone. But it's honestly, people are kind of reclining in the grass, and just most of them seem here to watch the spectacle. There are certainly a few take 'em down and pro-monument people who are still over in front of the fences where NOPD is set up, where we were set up earlier. So to answer your question, Lindsay, we do not have a date at all for the Lee removal. For all of these, we find out, kind of when you do. Sometimes we hear murmurings about it, and so we're able to get set, but the city really keeps this under wraps. I will say that in terms of the timing, the Liberty Place monument came down in late April prior to Jazz Fest, and the mayor made a statement saying that monuments would not come down during Jazz Fest, so we kind of had a week and a half, 2 week long pause on that movement, and since then we had one last Thursday, and then this is Tuesday into Wednesday, so they're kind of going on a weekly basis at this point, but who knows. As we've been saying a lot tonight, the Lee monument is, I think, going to be potentially even more challenging than this, because it is on a much more trafficked circle, so just in terms of shutting it down is going to be hard to find a time to do it, and then it's on a really large hill, so I mean, it's not a gigantic hill, but in terms of the rest of them have been on flat ground, and so getting, you know, a crane and the crews and the machinery up there that you need is just going to be a lot more challenging. So someone's asking what hours. By that I just mean finding a time that that works for them. You know, we speculate that this one started at 8 p.m. so that they would be done by the morning rush hour, or 8:30 p.m. And the other two happened really in the middle of the night. You know, the city has mostly said that that is to avoid traffic, but it also keeps the crowd smaller. My name is Emma Scott, and again, we're with NOLA.com and the Times-Picayune. If you are interested in more of our coverage, you can go to NOLA.com. We have a live blog running right now, and we've got reporters and photographers stationed around the monument on all sides. So you can check out different perspectives. You can see some really great photos, and then just keep up with everything that we're hearing.
It blows my freaking mind. I'm an engineering kind of mentality. You know what it comes down to? I hate to tell you this story. Nobody gave a rat's ass except for Archie and thought of it as like, you know, as a and then all of a sudden it's like,
Thanks for sticking with us, guys. I know it is late and just only going to get later at this point. Oops, sorry about that. So we're hearing again some pretty heavy hammering happening. I can only imagine how hard it is to actually detach this statue from the base.
You know, there's an identical statue, the one we have of Joan of Arc, in front of the Louvre in France.
Yeah, I did know that. I did. I remember
I've seen it.
Because I've seen it too.
It's identical.
Yeah. That's why when I got here, I thought it was, I was like, I didn't know that. I didn't know it was really.
No, somebody already went up and painted Terror Down on in front of Joan of Arc.
It's like, you know, at this stage, like, they use each other. And one thing I learned about everybody knows
It does seem like I'm not seeing the crowd get any smaller right now. It kind of seems like the people who committed are really staying for the long haul. People seem pretty neighborly around where we're sitting. People are chatting. A lot of people are napping. But people have bikes. There's a couple dogs out, and we've still got these people in kayaks. So it's kind of very New Orleans bayou scene over here where we are.
By the way, we're from 2 blocks away.
So someone just asked again if there's a date for when the Lee Monument is going to come down, and there's not that we know of at the very least. The city really keeps those close to their chest. So yeah, we have not been informed about that at all. But that, I think a lot of people are seeing that one as the culmination of this effort, not just because it will be the final one, but because it seems to be the most difficult. And Ted. Sorry guys, I really can't put music on here. The way that Facebook and YouTube allow you to do this live streaming, they're very careful with music, and they'll actually you can get taken off the air. So we have to be really careful with that. But I agree, we could all go for a little bit of entertainment right now, as this is taking a lot longer than we thought it would. Oops.
Very progressive man. He got actually sucked into the whole. Well, there's a lot of that's been talked about. Okay. He was an unwilling participant. He was a member of the army. Beauregard here designed forts for the military, but he also designed buildings all over the place. Yes. Well, this is naturally occurring waterway. We didn't dig this waterway. Lady St. John was here before. Because they see what the reason New Orleans is where it is because of this waterway you're sitting on. So do I. Because this is the closest place that you can get from the Gulf of Mexico. Was down this right here. Going past Bayou Gentilly. And Harry is to do by hand in 30 minutes. Going from here to the river. This is the river. You can do that anywhere else in the United States. And this land is so high over here that Indians were all set up around here.
This keeps spinning.
Yeah, go up right here about 3 blocks. Well, actually 1 block. Go all the way down right, across there, right Grand Route St. John. That was Indian put that. Indian meanders, nice city. And
Don't worry, guys. We're surviving. We appreciate your concern, though. Definitely, we will sleep well tonight. We will sleep in tonight or tomorrow morning. And I think probably both Catherine and I will have a glass of wine tomorrow night, I would imagine.
Yes, definitely.
Rather than go all the way down the mountain to the city, it's all swamp.
Can you tell what they're doing? So we've had some fish jump in front of us. That's kind of the update right now.
Well, there's actually there's a little waterway that they built, you know, so a river dam, if you want to put it that way, you know, so
They blocked it off at one point so that they keep flooding coming into the lake. They've opened it back up.
you need to be there at least an hour and a half. Whether if it's international, you need to be there an hour and a half. But yes, to be safe, you always need to be there an hour. That's really cool. If you're there,
Like they have strings now coming. Yes. So we're gonna describe this to you because I'm not sure that you'll be able to see it. But coming, yeah, you can see it a little bit through the camera. Coming from the back of the monument, there are what look like to be, you know, I should probably call them ropes, but they look more like strings from where we are, and they look like they're attached to the legs of the horse. It seems like maybe that is intended to stabilize it once it's lifted, or yeah, exactly. I don't know if I mean that would be. Are we hearing some crane? Oh,
Lift,
yep,
action,
yep. We are
attempt.
Oh,
There it is.
Yep.
It's coming up.
Yeah.
All right.
And there was a pretty big kind of groan as the statue lifted away.
And
looks
to be almost removed.
Potentially. It looks like that. It's that back left corner that seems like it's still down. As you guys can hear, the crowd that we're near is chanting for sure. But it seems like it might be a little bit stuck on its back corner. Yeah, so I mean, that was a big. Yeah, it really. Obviously, the most movement we've seen in hours from the other side of the bayou.
And here it is.
Yeah,
It is
it's
detached.
Yeah, now it's out.
So the Beauregard statue has been removed from its pedestal.
Will that fit under an underpass once it's on a truck? Great question. Truly, I am not the one to answer it.
Oh yeah, that is a great question.
Yeah, I really don't know. So now you can really see it moving. I'm gonna track with it on the video.
Okay, it's now
a little bit,
being moved.
and I might just zoom out a tiny bit to give you guys a sense of. Oof. Sorry, that light that is shining directly at us makes this a little bit difficult. So it looks like they are just bringing it right down in front. Which I'm, I guess, a little bit surprised by because they have a lot of landscaping right there. Oh, now it's moving farther away a little bit.
And it's coming down to the ground.
slowly. So it's just kind of coming down right in front of that very bright light, unfortunately, so it makes it a little bit hard to see, but now you can see it moving in front of it. So it's definitely seems to be still swinging a bit. It's still in the air by a lot. We are just staring directly into a really bright light, so it's a little hard to tell, but it's swinging above the ground a little bit. Okay, we have some police action. Oh, I see. So some of the kayakers have gone onto the land, and so there was a big kind of sprint by the police to get over there, and probably, I presume, to tell them to get back into their canoes. But you guys can see the silhouettes of the police kind of running over. So they've got flashlights on the kayakers and
Know what you're talking about. I've noticed that no historians have been involved.
So it looks like they're taking one woman away. It's very hard to tell because it's very dark and it's just silhouettes of people, but there's still 2 kayakers in the water in their boats, and then the one kayaker who's on land. It does look like she's definitely surrounded by police. It's directly across from us, but they're only silhouettes, so it's really hard to tell what's going on. So the statue is still just kind of hanging above the ground. They may, I don't know if they're going to try and go directly onto the flatbed truck, potentially.
Meanwhile, the onlookers, the crowd is really even further diminished, so I would say no more than 70 people, if not fewer, really lined up here to actually see the statue come off the pedestal. And now police are searching the canoe.
Or the kayak,
I guess a kayak.
Yeah, it does seem like that woman has gone with them. It's really impossible to see if she's in handcuffs.
So it looks like the statue's now on the trailer that was parked next to the crane.
Okay.
It's a little outside of our vantage point right now.
So I was just looking through, this whole time I've been doing a time lapse on a different camera, and I was just looking through some of those stills because they allow me to get a little bit closer. But you could tell that they were taking those strings and really using it to guide the horse, I think, onto the trailer.
Yeah.
And so now we're just kind of waiting for a few different things to wrap up. I mean, I think we want to see what happens with this woman who's...
All right, Catherine. See you later. Much love, y'all.
We want to see what's happening with this woman who just got out of her kayak and is surrounded by police. Then we also just want to...
Someone commented on the YouTube that they thought that Jefferson Davis was next. Actually, Jefferson Davis came down last week, and Robert E. Lee will be the next and final in this group of monuments to come down. Are there people protesting? There really are not many people protesting. Everyone just seems to be, I don't know, a little tired, relaxed.
Yeah, a lot of people are leaving. And
some people are leaving.
Yeah, we're not directly in view of the pro-monument folks, but I can tell you that after the Jefferson Davis monument came down, people left absolutely immediately afterwards who were pro-monumenters. They really quietly just kind of picked up their things and left. Because, you know, to be frank, there's not much left to look at right now.
Still working with the statue, trying to get it placed on the trailer. It appears to be kind of wiggling around a little bit, so it's not quite in place yet. Once they get it in place, the idea is they'll crate it similar to what they did with Jefferson Davis, get it protected and ready for transport, and then the next phase of this is taking down the front plaque of the pedestal that has Beauregard's name. The rest of the pedestal will remain in place.
Alright guys, so we are gonna actually sign off. It is 3:15 in the morning. We've been here since 8, and you know, well, the event that we were waiting for has happened, and now what they're gonna do is just crate up the statue, make sure it's secured before they drive off. But as we saw at Jefferson Davis, that actually took a couple of hours.
Yes.
And there's not much to see now that the statue's actually down. So, on behalf Catherine and myself, we just want to say thank you for watching. Thank you for spending your evening with us.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for your thoughtful comments. And yeah, you can find us. We're on NOLA.com again. Our live blog, I believe, is still going,
yes.
Right? And then we'll have more photos up. We'll have more stories. You know, there will be a bunch coming out tonight and then tomorrow as well. We'll have videos and a time lapse. Yeah, this morning. Sorry, I'm now delirious. It's official. But yeah, we want to thank you guys for hanging in there with us. And you can find the both of us on NOLA.com pretty much all the time. So yeah, have a good one. And again, you know, once there's more word about the Robert E. Lee monument, we will be out there as well. So we will talk to you all soon. Thanks so much.